Alright, I've got my water. I've got video game. What up, everybody? I'm playing some Satisfactory today. I know, it's Tuesday. What are you playing Satisfactory for? Well, I'm not gonna be here tomorrow, so I gotta play it now. And then I'm putting, I'm putting Persona on Friday. Oh, no, you Squidward. You Squidward. What up, Squidward? How's it going? I see we're getting right in on it. Wait for it. I'm good. Steal all the good ones. Yep. Stealing all the good stuff. All the good sound alerts. Speaking of which, I need to remember what the hell I was doing. I need to remember what I was actually... Where did I leave off at? What was I doing here again? Hold on. These are making... Oh, hold on, I gotta remember. This is, petroleum coke. Right. We're making coke. Whew, almost forgot. Let me see, did we get... Okay. Yes, because this is making residue. Right. And this makes... I gotta look at my, fancy thingamo, what's it again? This makes... Yep. Alright. Petroleum coke. That's what we're making. That's what I'm making. And then we're going to be fixing up aluminum problems. And, well, I say aluminum problems. It's not really problems. We've never had a problem with our aluminum. It's been working great. But, I could have more aluminum. And Lord knows I want more aluminum. So, let's see. I guess I just gotta finish this off real fast, like. Then we can go start working on the... I'm just gonna get right into it. Rid of that. I think the way we were doing it before is gonna work out just fine. Well, so here's the other kicker, right? So I've got the aluminum factory planned out, right? So I have mapped out what I need to do with all the aluminum once we have it down there. And once I have all the coke down there and everything's like, I'm just taking care of preliminary stuff, essentially, right?
Hello.
Hello. All the goods are stolen. I'm sorry, Darkstar. Squidward did it. I blame him. Because I don't want to take responsibility. Darkstar, how goes your Tuesday? It's Tuesday. Oh. I can remember my days. In theory. Building. Whoop, not that one. Thank you. There he goes. It goes. How are ag? Ag are good. Ag are doing. Got up early. Well, I say I got up early today. The reality is I woke up early, which is not the same thing. You know what I mean? It's like, that's not the same sort of mentality. But, hold on, is that lined up? Yep. It just looks weird because of the yellow. So I woke up somewhere around like in the 5:30 a.m. market, which is weird considering I fell asleep somewhere around like 4. I was just up for another 2 hours, tried to get back to sleep, finally got back to sleep, got up, did a bunch of yard work, and then once the yard work was done, I had to I first fixed my laptop, which my laptop has been having some weird heat issues, right? So it's been causing the battery on my laptop to be a problem. So I had to replace the battery. I took out the heatsink, cleaned it up, reapplied some thermal paste, put it back together, and luckily, because I know what the hell I'm doing with the laptop, it only cost me like $25 to fix. So, nothing like super weird or crazy, but hopefully my laptop runs cleaner, smoother than it was before, which by all accounts it should be. And I gotta remember what we're doing here. I forgot I need to get the outputs lined up. Whoops. I need to figure out where the outputs are gonna go. How do I, I was about to say, well, that one can be on for right now, but I'll find a way to, we're gonna have to belt them this way. Oh, game? Oh, the game crashed. Well, that was fun. Goodbye, game. You broke. You broke yourself. By the way, there's the plan, as you can see. I mean, while the game's taking a moment to fix itself, here's what we gotta do, right? So, once the coke is done, I need to build this setup 10 times. So this, setup of 3 essentially, like, we're going to have a line of 30 refineries in a row of 2 each, followed by 3, followed by 14. And it's gonna be a whole lot of work. A whole lot of factory. Because, see, I've got it planned out, so all the numbers are accounted for. But we need to build this thing 10 times. And then I need to find a way to make the petroleum coke actually distribute properly, which is going to be a whole nother level of fun that I get to put up with. All right, now that the game has finally done its, hey, I crashed and I'm broken and now I'm going to work better, let's, load that up and see what it wants to do. By all accounts, we're back and rolling. Sweet. Hopefully nothing broke. Hopefully it kept those pipes where I placed them just now. I would like if it kept the pipes where I just placed them. If not, we'll figure it out. So yeah, fixed my laptop today. Also, I got all of the thumbnails done for the YouTubes. So for the next 3 weeks of uploads for YouTubes, all the thumbnails are done. I've got everything ready to just upload. Okay, the pipe stayed. Hot damn. Hot diggity. Phew. Squeak. What up, Shiny Gecko? How's it going? Yeah, alright. All my pipes stayed. And this also stayed. That's fine. Anyway. So that's kind of where I'm at with that. So it's been a whole...
You look like you could use some coffee.
Ooh, yeah. I had a coffee,
reading in your cup.
Ooh, I actually had coffee yesterday, and it was delightful. Me and a friend went out, got coffee, had a conversation, about early in the afternoon kind of situation. It was so tasty. Oh. It's going. Amen to that. Amen to that. The amount of stuff I'm trying to handle that, I guess for all intents and purposes, makes me feel fulfilled as far as like I'm keeping busy, but not so much on the bank account side of things. You know what I mean? Like I'm doing a whole bunch of stuff and it's a whole lot of fun to be able to say, I'm working on X, Y, and Z projects, and they're going great. And then I look at my bank account and I go, that's not awesome. But here we are. Then I can't have, like, oh my goodness, stuff be breaking. Stuff be breaking. Like, I was just talking about my laptop. Having, like, you know, its weird moments of breaking. Luckily, it's a cheap fix. It cost me like 25 bucks is all to fix it. Fine. Work did not leave me brain dead. Usually a good sign. Usually a good sign. I have had many a day where you just come home and you're like, couch. Couch. The cheapest, easiest, you know, form of food you can possibly make, followed by watching a show and just binging a show on TV for the next 4 hours. It's the way to do it sometimes. I got all caught up on Rick and Morty last night. I was 2 episodes behind, and so I was like, I'm gonna watch that to let my brain, you know, figure its shit out. Because I got all the rest of the YouTube stuff. Wow. I have all the videos ready to upload. I'll probably do that tomorrow. Everything's ready to up, or maybe I'll do it tonight. I could probably do it tonight, after stream. Do it after stream, and just be like, let's just, you know, funnel, get it done, get it out of the way, then I don't have to worry about it. So that way tomorrow I can get the next videos ready for editing. I'm also trying something different with this batch of videos for the next 3 weeks. There's going to be an extra short going out every week, so 6 shorts a week plus 3 videos, or a video a week plus 6 shorts. Honest to goodness, just to experiment. It's like experiment time. To sit there and say, all right, how hard can I push this? It's also going to be better for learning some metrics, learning how certain things perform and when they perform well. So the idea is, if a video goes out on Friday, right? Hear me out. If a video goes out on Friday, Saturday, I want to have a short out that's going to capitalize on said video as, you know, best I can. Is that going to happen? I don't know. Do we hope that it happens? Yes. Do we hope that it goes that way? We sure do. Alright, I need to figure out how... Alright. What is the path that I want to take here? Whoop. Snap it, me. Get rid of that. Maybe I just go straight through here. If I just go straight through here, there's a slug down there. And an enemy looking at me as I did it. Alright, can I get rid of you, tree? Sure can. Hot damn. I believe this should just connect me up with over there. We'll put it on a line that goes that way. Am I gonna have to get rid of another tree? Sure am. Goodbye, tree. Oops. Perfect. That'll work. That'll do, pig. That'll do. All right. So now, it's just a matter of building giant belt lines, kind of like what we have been doing or what I did last time with the giant belt highway, all the way down. I've got that space to work with, so let's... It's gonna look something like that. Oh, I need to switch back to my... Yoink, there we go. Go like that, go like that, go like this. There we go. Line these up so that way they're all going to be the same length. Make my life so much easier. I could have gone one further, but that's okay. Let's bring power all the way down to make my life easier as well. Oh boy. What up, Zora? Hey, you said you weren't streaming. You have gone rogue. No, that's not true. What I said was that it was either going to be Tuesday or Wednesday. That wasn't going to happen. It turns out tomorrow is not going to happen. Tomorrow, I am not going to be on stream. Why? Because me and my friend Angel are going to go hang out and do friend time. We're going to go get food. It's going to be awesome. We're going to hang out and do stuff. Yeah. Because she's passing through town. And I was like, well, we have to, you know. We have to chill and do something. So we are. Hang out? So suggestive. I know, right? I don't think it will be that. It will not be that, but, you know. Gotta get some food. Someone needs to rein you in. Rein them in. But we're playing Persona on Fridays, Raya. We're doing Friday Sona. So that way it's not as, you know, it's not as bad if it goes a little late. That way, everyone can be like, look at all that Persona happening on Friday. And then back to some sort of regular, scheduled, you know, programming. After that. Why is this... The hell? Why did that want to go all wonky? That was weird. That was weird. I wonder if you will finish. Are we still talking about the suggestiveness, or are we talking about, you know, Persona now? Why is this going wonky? The heck can you say? One second. Yeah, look at it. It's trying to go in a super weird-ass direction. What the hell? These ones don't want to go off in a weird direction. Why does that one? Persona. Yeah. It's funny. I don't know what is happening here. Why is this thing not working? Huh. Something about that little space just made it really want to curve off into the absolute nothingness. I am so confused. I am so confused as to why I want to do that. I don't know. I don't know either. For whatever reason, the dumb conveyor line just didn't want to cooperate. Kept wanting to go off in on a tangent. That was weird. So yeah, as was saying though, yeah, tomorrow I will not be here to do stream, because like I said, you know, I have good reasons. I have friend hangout time. Place the thing. Place the thing. I wonder if I should have just maybe made a blueprint of this really fast. Curse and freaking bother. I really kind of hate that. Okay, so I found out Satisfactory does, in fact, have a way for me to lock the mouse into its window. There's just one itty-bitty problem. One big old problem. It has to be full screen windowed mode. And I can't do that on this monitor because this is an ultra-wide. And the ultra-wide is going to extend it out so you guys don't get to see the whole thing anymore. And I'm going to be like, well, that's not fun to, you know, to stare at. Especially not when certain things off the side are going to be, like, cut off or what have you. And so I'm over here, like, annoyed that we're not able to lock the mouse to a screen. But here we are. Making the most of it. Now that I am thinking about it, I probably should make a blueprint for this. Because I'm going to have to not only take it all the way back there as well. It's got to go pretty far. And I don't want to have to do this piecemeal the way that I'm doing. So let's shimmy on back here. I will figure that out. Alright, here we go. Where's my concrete? Concrete. Really? That's not enough for you, game? There. Should make it happy. No, wait, not that. Not there. Quick connect. We'll probably just run this. Do this. Get rid of it. There we go. Okay, now it'll be much easier when I have to start transporting it all the way back home. Much, much easier. So let's just finish this off, I suppose. I mean, our blueprint should just be like right here. We can just be like, hot damn. We'll connect this one to this blueprint, but then I should be able to then do this. Do some auto-connecting nonsense. Like that. What the hell just happened over there? God damn it. Browser, my browser. Sometimes I hate. This is gonna look kind of squirrely. This is gonna look very squirrely. Especially considering I didn't even get these all the way down to the bottom. What the hell? It's not the bottom either. What am... Alright. I'm a failure? There it goes. No longer failure. Ha ha ha. Fixed my problems. Fixed the weird problem. There we go. That'll look kind of cool. Do that. There we go. Okay, fantastic. Now, get rid of these. Connect everything up. Now, we have a cool curve line that's going to go under here, and then we'll just continue building on this. Let me just... Woofer. Woofer. I need to somehow... As much as I would love for this to look so much cleaner and easier, it's actually not the worst way to be going about this. Could be worse, I suppose. Come on, thing. There we go. And we're gonna have to go that way. This'll be fine. Gonna change the trajectory of our belt a little, but I think the curve will make it look nice. Yeah, the curve makes it look just fine. The curve makes it look fine. Then it's gonna get really wonky later. Thinking on it, there was probably an easier way to do this, but we didn't do it that way. We just didn't do it that way. No one can tell us that we're wrong. Just that we're incorrect. Almost too far. That'll do. like that. That'll probably look pretty neat. Let's wait for it to auto-connect. Yeah, that looks pretty slick. That looks pretty slick. Alright, cool, cool. Alright, I like how it's turning out so far. Now I just need to make sure that it continues in this fashion. Let's see. Oh, I'm missing pieces. Alright, fine. So I'm missing pieces. Big deal. Big deal. We'll catch up in a minute, right? Because it'll line up like right there. We'll bump it forward a little. And then we will wait for the materials, which we're not very far away from anyway. And then I'm going to have to build a new system to bring this all the way down the waterfall like the other ones were. Oh, and I need to finish filling in that tower, don't I? I need to... Or have I done that? Did I finish? I don't think I did. I don't think I finished filling in the... What's it? Huh. Well... I'll find out momentarily, I suppose. When I get there. Yeah, missing pieces. I know. Go until it can't count anymore. Yeah, if I can make it there, if I can make it right there, I'll be happy. Because then it's going to have to go up the hill. And it's like, oh, nope, we cannot. One second. There, that'll build. That'll do it. That'll do. Just get the... Bean, is that you I hear? Like, I could have swore I hear... Nope, you are not Bean. Oh, there's a lot of you. Well, I guess you're all dying. Whew, almost didn't miss that one. I guess you're all dying. You all might, ooh. Die, all of you. Let their corpses cover my belt track. Yep, they sure do. They fell on my belts. Well, whatever. They're dead now. That's what matters. Oh. It's not going to let me build it that far, huh? That's fine. Let's do like that. Just do like that. What up, Tuscan? I arrived just in time for the mass extinction event. Yeah! Wasn't it great? I think everyone enjoyed it. At least I like to think everyone enjoyed it. And if they didn't, well... Then that's, you know... That's a whole nother matter that we'll have to figure out. That looks kind of cool. We'll let it go to here. Man, we're just sitting there waiting on Stiff. How it goes? Man, has it been a day. I was talking about it earlier. So, I fell asleep last night somewhere around 4 a.m., right? Keep this in mind. I woke up at about 5:30, was awake for about 2 more hours, fell back asleep, woke up, did some yard work, finished the yard work, tore my laptop apart, fixed it, put laptop back together, got the thumbnails done for our YouTube stuff, prepared all of the files for upload, probably tonight or tomorrow morning, either one, whichever I decide is the more proper, and now I'm stramming. So, you know, it was an active day. Luckily, the thumbnails did not take very long to get done. I've gotten pretty good at getting either my sequence of events kind of lined up where I'm like, okay, I want to have like this, and this element and put this together, slap it. I'm getting pretty good with GIMP. So a restful night's sleep and a boring day. Exactly. Exactly that. And now we're continuing the journey of putting together the new aluminum thing. Speaking of which, here I can... I'll show you the new plan, Talscan. I'll show you the new plan. It kind of looks a little something like this. So, you see this little, setup right here, right? 1,200 of the bauxite, which is one of these lines, and it's nice and big, goes into 3 lines of 2, which goes into 3 lines of 3, which goes into 3 lines of 14. This will get me an equal output of this to this, and we will have 12,000 aluminum per minute at the end of all this. Now, here's the kicker. See, I have to do this 10 times. And so I'm probably just going to have a giant line of, of this line setup, right? Like water to here, piped back to here, and on it goes, right? It's like, it's a lot. And that's a lot, yep. Where are you building or removing a building? We're gonna be tearing down the existing aluminum setup and building it elsewhere. So all of these lines here are 1,200 bauxite per minute, right? So all of these lines, each one of these lines is 1,200. There's 10 lines there. So now I need to build another one of these gizmos. So that way I can start transporting everything downward. Speaking of which, have I finished replacing this? Nope, I sure haven't. Oh boy. So it's gonna be real intense. Yeah, what up, TZ? How's it going? Holy guacamole, I know, right? So, that factory over there, where we were doing aluminum, it's all coming down. We're tearing it all down, and we are rebuilding. Yeah, TZ, look at this, see? All of this is all of the bauxite in the world, except for one node. One impure node. Because the impure node actually turns out throws all of my numbers into a complete clusterfuck, and I was like, you know what? Not worth it. I have my baby factory, and I feel shame compared to what I am seeing. So, how many... Okay, chat, how many hours do we have in this game now? We've got, like, just shy of 400 hours on this playthrough alone. It is intense. TZ, decades. So much. Have you tried using a modeler yet, like I do? Here, I'll show you the... Did you see the modeler? Did you see the model of what we're doing. It's this guy, right? You think... No. This, I cannot recommend enough how good these modelers actually are. They are fantastic for, like, pre-planning and everything, right? So, this is what our... this little gizmo right here is what our new factory is going to look like. 10 times over. I need to build this setup 10 times over to use all of this bauxite to make 12,000 aluminum per minute. You think that's bad? Wait till you see the cluster bomb that this is. This is just our new tier 5 stuff. And then sink it all. I wish. I'm actually going to use quite a bit of it. So it's going to go into other systems that are going to be producing more stuff over this away. This entire cluster fuck right here is just to make 10 of each of our new things that we need to make. That's it. All of this just to make 10 of my tier 5 whatsits. So my phase 5 stuff up there in the top right corner? Yeah. Do I need 10 per minute? No. Do I want 10 per minute? Hell yeah, I do. Lots of power for 10 pieces. Oh, power? Dude, here. We are making so much power. 221 megawatts per second. We got no power troubles. That was a whole nother project. If you haven't seen my my generator factory, I'll show you. I'll show you later when I get back to base. I'm probably gonna have to run back to base here in a second anyway. It was a lot of work. Nuclear? Nope. That's all rocket fuel, baby. I haven't started my nuclear experience yet. I plan to. Start working on... Well, I don't know when I'm going to start working on it. Here, where's my nuclear plan? My nuclear plan is this right here. Yeah, nuclear is right here. This is the plan for nuclear. And again, I don't half-ass anything. I forgot we had nuclear to do so. Yep. I don't... Look, everyone's learning that Ag doesn't really half-ass anything when it comes to this stuff. Now, this is all of the uranium in the world right here. Right? There's 1,200, 1,500 if I do not overclock. I don't really plan on overclocking because just this much means I need to build 252 nuclear power plants plus 224 nuclear power plants plus 112 nuclear power plants. Yeah, hello. All the ass. Mm-hmm. Gotta all ass it. All ass it. So, that's... always whole ass. Mm-hmm. Whole ass the whole thing. This is essentially, 600 nuclear power plants I'm going to need to build to produce... It's in the numbers here. Let's get the calculator out. Clear that. This will make 280, 1,000. These ones will be creating 560, plus 560, 1,230, plus these ones are going to be producing 630, 1,230, equals 1,470 megawatts per second. 1.21 gigawatts, I believe is how they pronounce it. Pretty close, though. Yeah, pretty close. 1,470 megawatts of power per second. At that point, the world is my oyster. I can do whatever the hell I want. We're not there yet, though. We're not there. Yeah, missed opportunity. I know. We were so close. So close. And yet so far. Alright, I'm going to have to build another one of these real quick. This is...
I'm going to die!
Boy, you're lurking. Huh. Teasy, thank you so much for the lurk. Appreciates. Thank you for stopping by as well. You know, coming hanging out with us for a little bit. Need to build a whole nother row of this.
I'm gonna get
You
ya!
murder me, child. Murder children. Oh, which means I'm gonna have to come down here and build the dumb, you know, lines again, aren't I? Well, that's gonna be fun to put up with. Alright, alright. So, I know it's early, but I need food suggestions for tomorrow. What kind of food goes in me tomorrow? Because tomorrow is me and Angel hanging out. We're gonna go do dinner, get food, stuff like that. It's gonna be fun. And so we're gonna need suggestions. What kind of food do we go get? I was thinking it's kind of depending, because I don't think it's, you know, it's not just us adults, so no, don't fall. Well, I keep forgetting that there's no power out here. Think it'd be good enough? I don't know. What Angel likes and doesn't have normal access to? Or she'll have the kiddos. The chillins. I get to hang out with with the god babs. It's gonna be a whole lot of fun. What is going on with this line here? Why is nothing flowing through this line? Oh, wait, what the hell? Oh, I've already started building. Oh, neat. Okay. Oh, in that case, I'll keep it. I'll keep it. Because I was like, you know what would be fantastic? It's getting sushi. Because I love sushi. But I don't know if the babs enjoy sushi. And if they don't enjoy sushi, then I don't want to do that, because that's not going to be very fun. So I gotta find out. Should be other cooked things there, no? Noodles, rice, dumpling things. There usually are, yeah. They usually always have, you know, more than just sushi. But then there's also ramen places. And ramen place would probably be pretty, you know, awesome and simple. Because, you know, I mean, sure, the big bowl of ramen is nothing crazy, but I at least know that the ramen bar I go to has a menu for children's, so, or like, you know, it has stuff that the kids could want and such like that. So I'm just gonna wait for a whole bunch of my building material to get plugged in here. Luckily, that's the last of these lines that need to go in here. It's just taking forever to get all of this stuff. It's just taking forever. But we'll figure it out. And so after phase 5, I guess the next big thing is I don't want to do nuclear yet, after phase 5. There is no, you know, I guess we do it for... Well, do I do nuclear after that? After our Phase 5 malarkey, do we do... nuclear? I don't see really see a reason why we don't do nuclear after we complete the Phase 5 stuff. Because, you know... Could be big. Could be a big deal. Could be a lot of stuff. I don't actually know all of what Phase 5 does for me. If I'm being honest. Like, I see... Like, what do those things build into? I have no clue. I have no fucking clue. No idea. So, they'll clearly build into something. Whatever that is, I have no idea. I don't know. But yeah. So, food suggestion for tomorrow? I guess it all comes down to what will I be craving at the time? That happens a lot. It's like, you know, you run into that moment where you're like, well, I'm craving this, but we planned for this. And do you switch? Do you know, augment? Do you swap out and be like, you know what, I want to do this, actually? So, who knows? I'll figure it out, though. I'll figure it out. Whatever it is, it'll be tasty, delicious, I'm certain. Because how can't it be, right? You know what I mean? Like, how couldn't it be? Go to a place, you sit down, get some food. Most places, it's really difficult to kind of screw up food, if I'm being honest. Some places manage it. I'm not sure how, but... Let's go back to me and some peeps were having a conversation about... I think the biggest problem with modern almost anything is the complete lacking of not necessarily something, but there's just too much of everything. Like, there's just too many options out there. And when there's too many options, what you end up having to deal with is not, like, simplified, easy to access things. It ends up making everything more difficult. There was a... Oh, what was it? I don't have a ton of non-fiction books in my library. I have a, handful. But let's be honest, the fiction stuff is much more fun. But one of the books that I have that I thoroughly enjoyed. I think it's Barry Schwartz, the Paradox of Choice, I want to say it is. He does lectures on it all the time as well. Fantastic lecturer. Very, very smart individual. But he talks about how the problem with having, like, too much option of pretty much anything, it causes you to not reach a decision like you think you would. It in fact causes you to, stumble on the idea, not make a decision. Essentially what you do is you don't accomplish anything because your options are too vast. And very, very interesting book. One of my other favorite ones is, I gotta remember all of it. It's a book about language and how language sort of evolved to follow the kind of the path of least resistance, right? Is kind of what it all comes down to. It's very, very fascinating book that talks a lot. So, okay, so I only need 3 more. So I only need 2 more. Because this is going to be different than, because this used to be a line for this, but I took it out. Right. Got it. Okay. Man, this tower would be big. No, I haven't actually really looked up at that thing in a while. That thing got pretty filled out by Phase 4, didn't it? Got a lot of stuff kind of built and going. Huh. It's even got a little train. Look, it's got a little train thingy. Some train stuff going back and forth. Ah, I never noticed that before. Look at it go. Look at it go. Alright, so now I need to bring this line over to here. It'll line up like that, I believe. We'll just keep backing it up until it's like, hell yeah. There we go. Decision overload is real. How's the jetpack situation? Still randomly disappearing? It hasn't happened yet, but then again, I also haven't used the hotkey to try because I'm afraid. I'm afraid to use okay, so that'll auto-connect up into these when it's done. That's awesome. So let's finish building these then. Like, I've been afraid to use the hotkey to just, whoops, to just make it happen, because if they keep disappearing on me, then I'm gonna keep running out of the, you know, same thing over and over, and I don't want that to happen. I don't want that to happen. Let's see, what other news do I have? Not a whole ton, actually. I mean, writing projects are continuing, you know, as expected. Story developments are interesting, but not a shocker to me. So we get to, you know, I guess find out how that continues. Swoop. Swoop. Come on. There you go. Fill up with your items, game. It's a good thing I have a setup that makes, you know, I want to say, oh, how many of these am I making per minute? Quite a few. But sometimes I need to just sit there and let it fill to make sure that, you know, it can. Whoop, there we go. All right, there we go. Now we just sit and we wait. Some other stuff has cropped up in another situation that I'm like, well, how do I describe it? Okay, you ever have one of those, like, you know it's a stressful thing, but it's one of those things where you're like, I guess I should have anticipated that happening, and you just kind of, you know, it's whatever, but it still has the stressful connotations to it to be like, well, here comes this again. Been putting up with one of those last, what would you say? Probably I would say a couple of the days, whatever. But I'm just like, yeah. It'll all phase itself out eventually. And then, you know, All will be well. There's a... It's like there's a... That level of, like, you know... drama rearing its ugly head up again, and you're just like, you know what? In time. Yep. Yep, give it time. Don't fan the flames. Exactly. It's one of those, like, you just gotta... let it happen. It's stupid. Everyone can probably agree that it's stupid. But you just gotta let it happen. Take the high road. And accept. Been doing that a lot more, just basically being like, look, I don't want to be... I'm trying not to be the guy who's like, you know... letting stuff continue and fester. I'll be like, you know what? It's just easier for me to take the high road and call it a day. I only want to get rid of those 4 things. There we go. People gonna people. You know what I mean? Wait, you were there a second ago. Where'd you... Okay, there you are. I was about to say, I'm like, why'd you go away? And we just wait for this one to auto-connect, auto-build, and away we go. I'm gonna have to go back and start refilling my rods and plates here soon if I'm running out of stuff this badly. Oh, and I do gotta go... We gotta go back to the what's it, and actually turn these machines on, I suppose. Because one of them, like, literally only one refinery got turned on, and it filled the lineup, essentially, full of stuff. So, let's go back and turn that machine on. Run out of power right about... Yep. Oh, made it. Alright, fantastic. This gets our other belt highway completely done. This actually doesn't look too crazy. I think this looks pretty cool, if I'm being honest. I mean, it ain't no train, you know. It's no fancy, awesome train, but let's be honest. We are moving items faster than the train can transport now. Like, this had to happen. So, here we are. The train just cannot move items fast enough for us. Because before, I think each one of those boxcars was moving like 500 bauxite per minute, which we haven't... And we had belts that were like, oh, we can handle 780, but you can't bring us 780 fast enough, so... You know, whatever. But now, it just makes it better. But trains are so cool. They are very cool. They are very cool. You know, we'll turn this machine on. I'm going to have to run back to the main base and get some stuff back in the extra dimensional storage because I'm running out of rods and plates for building these belt highways. That'll give the, you know, system a little bit of time to figure its shit out. Oh, see? This thing's actually, like, caught up with itself somehow. Interesting. So, this should be 2,400 petroleum coke per minute, which is all that our system will need. I am going to have to figure out how to do overflow systems, because each one of these lines will only feed 7.5 of my plan, which, let me get that count, means it will fill 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 14, 15 refineries. That's annoying, but, you know, what are you gonna do? So, all this needs to do now is, just do a quick copy-paste, and away we go. Copy. hope I didn't just accidentally hit one of those things and tell it to build the wrong thing. Nope. Okay. I thought I accidentally clicked copy, or I thought I accidentally clicked paste on one of those on accident, but I didn't. So fantastic. All right. This is all up and running. It's done. Fantastic. Now I can just whoop, and away we go. Follow back. It's easy. You're gonna get to see the main base, and then I'll show you our generator plant. It's big. He's big. You thought this was a big taxing, you know, build. Boy, howdy. Let's just ride the belt all the way home. Yeah, I like riding the conveyors. Me too. It's like riding the trains, but without the train. And these ones, luckily, are moving, you know, 1,200 items per minute, or... you know what I mean. It moves 1,200 items very, very quickly. And it's the best belt I can possibly get, so it's much, much faster. Much, much easier. And we get to actually, you know, kind of look around some of the environment with our coffee cup in hand. Still have no idea what I'm going to do with that SAM down there. One of these times I'm going to have to run through and collect, like, as much of this SAM as I can and bring it to a singular location. That's going to be fun. We can even speed this up if I... oh, and I should hurry and... do this, and away we go. Okay. See, I still have one train station in operation. This is what was bringing all of our aluminum beforehand. This is the old aluminum facility. It's all going away. Actually, you know what? I don't need to, word. I don't need to divide up the petroleum coke the way I thought I had to, because if you notice, I've been making petroleum coke down here. So all I have to do is be like, oh, well, I've made X amount of petroleum coke. How much have I made? I want to say that's 1,200, actually, because that's 10 refineries right there. I'm going to go find out. That means I have 5... no, that would mean... let me look at my plan. I have it written. That would be... no, that would be... yeah, another 1,200. So if I have another 1,200, I can easily make it work. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, that looks like 10. All making 120. Yep, that's another 1,200 petroleum coke right there. So I actually don't need to divide up like crazy amounts. I can easily just be like, you know, here's the situation. That'll work. That'll work out fine. All right, here comes my train. Hello, train. Big train. I wonder if they've fixed my momentum thing yet. Have they fixed my momentum? I'll find out. Oh, right there, that little I say little. That factory right there, TZ, that's rubber and plastic. Just rubber and plastic. Is that top bit and that bottom bit. It's very efficient. I think if I'm remembering right, it was 1,600 rubber and plastic per minute, I think, in total. Oh, it was a lot. It was a lot. It's a lot of, you know, bedside. I'm assuming you meant to say bedside protection. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Well, that's what the rubber's for. The plastic, that's for, you know, other activities. But yes. Alright, we're gonna find out if they fixed my... Kind of? They've kind of fixed my momentum? Yep, bedside. Nailed it. Yes. Alright. Don't worry, we'll ride this over to the main base. You get to see a little bit of the main base while I get some items fixed up. Like I need some of this sorted out. Nope, they have not fixed my momentum. They have not fixed my momentum problem. Alright. Right down there is all of those refineries is copper to make nuclear pasta. There be the main base. Let's hop down. Advanced stuff, some advanced stuff, basic stuff. I've got it all in layers. Needs more engines. Yeah. No, you mean the train. Yeah. So, I don't know what it was. The 1.0 update, or the 1.1, stole my, you used to be able to, like, keep your momentum on the, you know, the whatever. I have spaghetti everywhere. Oh, wait till you get to look at my ceilings. My ceilings are nothing but spaghetti. Look at how much spaghetti. Like, everything's all in fancy lines and everything, but then there's belts going up on the ceiling just causing all kinds of problems, and it gives Ilsitor an aneurysm, which is why we haven't fixed any of it yet. Our giant, double-stacked manufactories. Oh, no, no, no! Get back here! Get back here! Whew! Barely made it! Haha! Alright. Let's take the train over to the generator base. But yeah, that's the main base. We do a whole lot of stuff over there. I'm probably gonna have to build a second base out in the desert for our Phase 5 nonsense. Now you can see part of the generator base. Look at it. It's huge. Look at those generators, baby. There are... Oh, how much did we get up to? It was like just shy of 900 generators in total. Something like that. Many, many generators. So many generators. All burning rocket fuel to give us all the big power. It's insanity. Absolute insanity, I say. You know, then the bottom. Beautiful. I know. It uses, funny enough, not that much oil. In the grand scheme of things, it used very little oil to do this. Then we have our processing stuff downstairs. Which, actually, I can pull all of this up. Right? Like, none of this is actually making anymore. None of this does anything. It used to do stuff. No longer. Man, I got a lot of space down here. Look at how much space I got down here. God damn. But I switched it all. I had to squish it in somewhere else, so... All of our water... All of our packaged water... I'll have to come through here and... clean up some of this nonsense another day. But... yeah, I got a lot of space down here all of a sudden. But here's our order of operations. It's very simple. We take all of our oil, bring it up here, make heavy oil residue, lots of it. Pump it into those machines, they make fuel. We combine the fuel with packaged water, and it makes diluted fuel. The diluted fuel has a very, very nice ratio to it, so then it comes up here, gets unpackaged, goes down into these refineries, and makes turbo fuel. This turbo fuel goes into a... let's see, it's all the way over here. 1 second. Turbo fuel then goes into these blenders all the way over here. And where it's a small journey. I keep forgetting how big this place actually ended up being. Goes into these blenders over here. These blenders then turn it into rocket fuel. And all the rocket fuel gets pumped into these generators. Into this, you know, all 3 levels of generators. It was such a big project. Oh. And this was like hours. Hi, Bean. This was hours of offline as well. Of me sitting here just building these blueprints in a line. It's been like, alright, it's gonna need this many. Get it made, get it done. But the kicker, and then, not only that, so we got it built, and it wasn't working efficiently. Something was wrong. I couldn't figure out for the life of me what it was, but what it came down to was, I think it was just throughput issues. So because of all of our throughput issues with it, we had to rebuild some of it and reorganize what was getting put where, and that took a whole hell of effort, and now it works, it's consistent, it's efficient, and that's all that matters. It took like 15 hours to fix that one throughput problem. Ugh. And I think the throughput problem was just the amount of gas that was the amount of rocket fuel, because rocket fuel is the gas, so the amount of gas that was trying to get pushed through the pipes was too much for the pipes. And I also did it kind of efficiently. We used to be making our gas up here, because I was still in the brain set of liquids go down, and I didn't need to, because gas does not give a shit about up or down through the pipes, so one, two, three. And I forgot that I just essentially filled up my inventory with a bunch of worthless stuff. Well, maybe not all of it's worthless. Some of it is. Some of it is worthless. But now, maybe my momentum is back. I don't know. I cannot tell. I cannot tell. So now the goal is going to be tearing down the aluminum setup and rebuilding it to fit all of our new fancy inputs. All of the amount of inputs are going to have to be... I'm going to have to change where a lot of that... I'm not going to do the belts yet. I'm not going to upgrade all those belts yet. Purely because I think they're going to have to get rearranged like madness in order to make it work. So let's get our like platform and everything built. Which concrete should be full. Yep, alright, it is. So we're going to be using a lot of it. And I finally set up a extra dimensional depot for concrete. Why it took me this many hours to do that, I have no idea, but there we are. So, who's messaging me? Who's sending me stuff? boop, boop, click. Why, browser, do you hate me? My browser genuinely hates me sometimes. I can't figure out why. Anytime I play this game, it just hurts. It just hurts me. Just finished my dimensional depot for concrete. It's been super helpful. Yep. I have it at least for like any of my belt systems or other nonsense like that, but I just never got around to doing it for concrete, and I don't really know why I never got around to doing it for concrete. You know, that didn't need to go up as hard as it did, but whatever. All right. I think the plan, and this train's also gonna disappear once all of this gets done. So, we're gonna be moving way too much aluminum for a train to handle. Way too much. And I think what I'm gonna do is just build this out. Hi, Bean! Bean stuck. Then it'll just be a passenger train. Scenic tourism. Yeah. We could keep the train for a while, just for like, you know, ease of transport maybe. But we'll find out. Got a lot of options. Oh. Wait, Jeezy, how many hours do you have in this game? Are you fairly new to this game? Or have you played this, like, a decent chunk? Because I'm going to tell you one of the blueprints that has been the most useful to us this playthrough. Destruction Derby 3 trains. About 170 hours. Not too bad. Fantastic. Concrete floor blueprint. Make it happen. Just, you know, a 5x5 of concrete. Look at how easy it is to build new places. Got a 3x5 and a 5x5. Yep. It's like, I don't know why this took me so long to want to have in my pocket either, but it's one of the greatest blueprints I've ever had the pleasure of working with. I say one of because I can't, you know, exclude the double man stack. The double man stack is the coolest blueprint I've ever designed. Absolute beauty. Yeah, that's fine. We'll build through this for right now. We'll clip through it for now. But right now it's just a matter of build the big giant space. Can I... Hi, Bean. Bean, look at this. We're making you more space to walk around in. Aren't you happy? I really want the Mark III blueprint. I really want the Mark III blueprint designer, so that way I can have even bigger stuff. Because bigger stuff would be cool. A bigger floor would be really neat. Being able to build some of these systems that I'm going to need into a blueprint. Actually, I should probably start doing that. We're going to want a blueprint setup for what I'm about to do. Now, do I do? Let me see. Yeah, missing concrete. Give it a second. Somehow running out of rubber in my dimensional storage as well. Interesting. You know, I'm fairly certain I need pipe, so put that in there. Alright, let's see. So I need How close-knit can I make this system, I wonder? Also just discovered blueprint dismantling. Yeah. It's so good. Makes life so much easier when you're just like, hey, how am I supposed to put up with all this crap? Let's see. So my plan calls for... Where'd it go? Plans. There you are. So it's going to be 2 refineries into 3 refineries. I cannot fit... Is it 3 Yeah, 3 refineries. I cannot fit 5 in this thing. That's a real shame. That's a crying shame. Alright, you're coming with me thing. In fact, look, I know I just got back to here, but we are taking the train back again, because I want to know what I need for the bigger blueprint. Give me a little bit more room so I can build some of this bigger stuff and bigger plans and do cool things. Whew, got on just in time. Why do I have these? Go away. I don't need those. So we're gonna have to go look at our figure out what it is I need to build to get to some of this other useful stuff. Like, I don't even think I can actually make any of that stuff in the tier 5. Well, I can make some of it, but I don't think I can make all of it yet. So I do want to find out what that's all about. Yeah, momentum doesn't continue. That's a real shame. It like slows you down to catch up to what you started at. Lame. 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 Whatever. And swoop, here we go. Lame indeed, yep. It used to be that if you did your slide run, you gained more momentum than the train, ergo you were able to, like, launch yourself and move faster than the train. But, you know. Okay, it's this I don't... How do I make this? Because, see, I would love this. It literally just adds a single square to it. But a single square is a big deal. What up, Nymod? How's it going? Nymod, you're finally back from the grocery store. How was your grocery store visit? I present Ash Ketchum twerking. Where did you get Ash Ketchum twerking in an emote form? Where did you find this? Also, why is he doing that? Nah. That's all my questions. That's all the questions I have on the matter. Random gifted sub. Nice. Yeah, see, I can't make that yet. I can make all the others then. Okay, neat. What do I need for this? So what do I need for these? Neural quantum processor. We're going to the planner for a minute. Go to the planner for a minute. Let's find a space right here. Okay, so I want these. I want 12 per minute. That sounds awesome. What the hell is this? Oh, that's not bad at all. That's not bad at all. Because we're gonna probably just do... Eventually, I'll be able to do this. Because I'll have so much aluminum, I can just turn it into, you know, SAM that much easier. Now, supercomputers... Oh, you want 12 supercomputers per minute? That is a tough call. That's a tough one. What am I building it out of now? And why does a radio control unit and a cooling system make a supercomputer? That doesn't make any sense to me. But time crystals are relatively easy. No, I don't want... I want the... Where is it? Oil-based? There it is. Oil-based diamonds. They're easier. That was a perfect, nice round number. Ooh, fantastic. I see. Well, interesting. Okay. In that case, that's a whole system I'm going to have to build if I want to get that. Do I really want a whole system to do that? I don't know. Let's... How many supercomputers am I making right now? I know I'm making a handful, but I don't think I'm making 12. Supercomputers, you're around here somewhere. I think you're over here. And it'll let me look at the recipe that I'm actually, using. Yeah, here's my supercomputers. I'm making quite literally only about 5 per minute. I believe. Because I believe this is, yep, that one's overclocked to... So yeah, I'm only making 5 per minute. Ah, great. Okay. So that would be nigh impossible. And we're using the super state computer build, are we? Interesting. Is there a benefit to me using this other system? Maybe? Maybe. Maybe. No, that's a lot. That's a lot of work. That's a whole lot of work to make that happen. So what if I don't do that? What if I cut that in half and make only 6 per minute? 6 per minute I could probably get away with. Actually, yeah, we could totally get away with that. Cuts everything I need by about half, and supercomputer needs go down to basically just what I'm making. And we could always overclock a little. You can always overclock these a little more. Whoop, wait, whoop. Has it really already... Oh, crap, it's already been like an hour and 40 minutes. What the hell happened? Where have I been? I didn't want to steal a piece of wire. God damn it. So I could probably... $3.65. That makes 6. So this will make 6 per minute. I could probably get away with that, I think. Mostly because I don't think anything else is really using these things at the moment. Oh, where would I build that setup? That's not a small line of things that I need to build. That's going to be... quite a chunk, actually. Quite a chunk. Also, I need to find somewhere with more oil. I'm running out of spaces with oil. So, that's going to become a problem soon. If I'm running out of places for oil, how can I make more diamond? Well, whatever. Whatever. I guess I could use coal, huh? It's not efficient. it's like, let me... If I just go the coal route, it's a lot of coal. That's a lot of coal I'd be burning to make that. Oof. That would be rough. 600 coal. That's 1,200 coal I would be burning just to make diamonds to make 6 of these things at a time. That's not very efficient at all. Not very efficient. Turbo diamonds, that looks like an awful recipe. Why would I do that? Well, actually 60 diamonds. Output, okay, maybe it is. Ooh. Huh. You know. 60 diamonds a minute on one of those. That's actually not, well, 40 package fuel though, that could be rough. Oh man. You know what? I'm gonna have to wait on that. And we'll just make do with what I have for now, I suppose. We'll make do. Why do I have packaged water in my pocket? Get rid of that. Yep, I'm gonna have to take a rain check on getting that stuff done. I needed that packaged water. Well, it's not in my pocket now. Can I interest you in a spool of wire, perhaps? Spool of copper wire is hydrating, right? That hydrates people. Everyone knows copper hydrates. No. Diamond, please. As it turns out, I have a whole diamond setup just right down there. Right down there, in fact. Like, this is where I'm making all of my time crystals. We're making time. Hi, Bean. Right over here. This is making our time crystals right here. See, man, I have been burning through the time crystals to be able to build these highways. This is going to take a while to catch up. Like, I think these are making 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 30 per minute. I'm making 30 time crystals per minute. We've been burning through that much. God damn. But there's all our diamonds. I think 40 diamonds per minute just by using 200 oil, I believe it is. Not crazy. Not too bad. Well, this one's using 200 per minute. Why is this one? Oh yeah, this one's marked down. 300 oil per minute. Is that all this thing is capable of? Is that all you... Yep, that's all you can do, in fact. Huh, interesting. Alright, good to know. Good to know. So, all the rest of the oil down here is being used for other things. But now we come to the big part of what we've got to do. So my thoughts are this. I need to start planning how this is going to go away and how the new plan is going to look, right? So, like, I kind of want to...
Get on with it.
I'm trying. Ugh. Get on with it. We're trying to build... Oh, here, I'll show you the plan while I think about it. Boom. I'm sorry, Darkstar, Squidward stole it. Squidward stole it again. Like, probably, literally only, like, what? About 45? Not quite 45 seconds ago, but you know what I mean. God damn it. I know. Blame Squidward. Squidward does it every time. Funny enough, this is not using that many buildings when I really kind of like condense it down, right? It's like 2 buildings, 3 buildings, so a row of 5 and then a row of 14. That's not a crazy amount of buildings for all of the space that I have. So, the real question now then is, do I set up, I could probably bet money. How many buildings are right here? Can I fit 30 buildings in a row right here? I don't think I can.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I still like that one. I still like that one a lot.
Praise the boombox.
Praise be. We haven't seen Elsider yet tonight. I wonder if he's busy. I wonder if he's out doing something. Active, perhaps.
I'm
running
sorry,
away
Dave.
from us all.
I'm afraid I can't do that.
Let me try something here. Invalid placement? What do you want about? Oh, it's... Get out of here, you dumb node. I said get out. Go away already. Seriously, how big are you? Go away. Thank you. For frick's sake. I'm probably going to need more than this, but that's fine. Well, actually, that's a big maybe. Ah, dang it. It's just... Hello. It's just above that, huh? It's okay. This is mostly just for measuring purposes anyway. So I'm not gonna get 30 buildings to fit right there. I don't know as I can. Because the... Like, let me just get one quick setup built that kind of highlights what I'm talking about, right? Because we're going to need pipe and a pipe and an input, and then a pipe output. Which means we're looking at... Spray. No spray. I'm going to need at least, like... This all has to be moved one more over. Damn. Like, if I do... It's gonna have to look like this. This is just for measurement's sake, real quick. Four blocks. It's got to take 4 blocks per line to build this. That's a lot. $120, I think. If I wanted to do it all in a singular line across. So 130 across, and it doesn't even look like this is 50. Yeah, this isn't even 50. So everything's gonna have to go up then. Everything's gotta go upward. Interesting. Unless... Now this is much smaller. This is about 3. Only needs 3 blocks. 3 times... I'm gonna say 30. It's only 90. Still a lot. That's still not even big enough to account for all of the things that I'm gonna need to do here. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I have 11 built right there, and I'm gonna need 30. Oh, this is big. Okay, yep. There's a lot more building than I mean, I knew it was going to be a lot, but it's a lot more space than I anticipated. So, how do I want to go about this? This is going to be the big question. How do I want to go about doing this? If I build it all on one level, I can probably get away with that, but I'm going to need to build the right amount of stuff. So let's first and foremost get this built out and level real quick. So I'm probably gonna have to go all the way out here anyway. Yo, Sitter's here. You will get away with nothing. Surprise inspection. How much of a surprise do I have? Like, you know, is it those are definitely not children working inside of those tiny machines level of surprise, or are you with the union that doesn't care? This is important. Let's see. Holy crap, this is fun. This is so not enough. This is so not enough. Space. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. I'm all out of concrete. The union that doesn't care, so long as the children are still alive. They are definitely breathing, boy howdy. Yep. Mass extinction event inspection, because, you know, definitely did that one. Define alive. Yeah, what do you define as living? Like, do you define living how we define it, with the whole, like, you know, small comforts of life, a roof over their head, and, like, maybe a television set or something? Or are you just concerned with the bottom dollar their heart beats? Those are very different, you know, very different things. Ambulatory breathing and able to reason. We might have a little trouble on the able to reason side of things because of the compulsion chips in their necks, but the compulsion chip is definitely FDA approved. We so have documentation to prove that. I'm gonna jump on this train so that way I can go get more concrete. Yeah, they are very fulfilled. In fact, it's one of the only things they can be. It's a weird statement, but I'm sticking to it. Lean into the shock therapy and I'll give you a pass. Now, I do have a lot of power, but what if I need that power? I've got an abundance of water. Is water therapy acceptable? Water drip therapy? Makes the voices go away. This is going to be such a big factory over here. Oh no. This is going to be big. Funny thing is, it's not going to be long. Well, it's not going to be long, it's just wide. Did you purify the water first? Whoops. Fixit can't afford another mutated superchild rampage. You know what? It is not purified water. It is chock full of minerals. But you know what? I have it on good authority that those minerals are good for you. Like, you know, natural spring water. Just land on the carts, me. How? How did that happen? What? Whatever. Chock full of mineral water. People love mineral water. It's all the rage right now. I'm gonna need so much of this that I'm gonna have to get rid of some stuff in my pocket for a minute just to be able to have access to it. That is a lot of concrete. Make sure they keep getting electrolytes, and I can write it off as an orphanage. Got it. So all I need to do is buy like those little packets of Propel water for the mineral water, and it'll count. Fantastic. They're on sale at Macy's right now, and I can get my hands on them. Like, here's your daily dose of mineral water. Add your package. Some of the kids are not educated enough to know that that's funny, but that's okay. They will learn the hard way. Alright, now I ended on what, 40? Or was I on 45? Whoops, I forgot to count. I forgot to count. As long as they're educated enough to push the button, turn the wheel, all is well. Inspection passed, carry on. Fantastic! You hear that, guys? We passed our inspection again for the something odd time. And we will maintain that. Alright, that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5. 6. 7. 8, 9. Okay, we ended on 45. Damn. Alright. Here's the problem. Here's the problem that we're gonna run into if I build this giant-ass factory. So here's 50. 55. 60. 65. And that's half. That's half of it. Oh, man. That is half of the length required to fit the number of machines that I'm going to need to fit in a line to go that way to, you know, build. Is it worth it? I think so. Let me go over here and let me build one of these systems in its entirety to see how long it actually gets. Right? So, like, if I build right along there, let's see if it actually gets all the way over to there. Just for the kicks and or the giggles. So we would have, like... input. Now I will have maybe 2 of these things. Plus this amount of space. Plus this amount of space. Here. What's this about Super Children Rampages? I don't know. Never heard of that problem before. Ain't never seen a child who didn't want to become a superhero, let's be honest. You tell a child, hey, come work for me, we'll make you a superhero. You know what they're doing? They're taking you up on that. Over 1, 2, 3, followed by... One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. That right there is all of the space I need to make this work, right? Not crazy. Not crazy. So, width-wise, I think I can actually probably get rid of that row that I built over there. And probably, well, I don't really want to infringe too much on this. I want to have a little bit of a pathway, but we can, for like, organization, distribution, and all that business, but this is really all of the room I need to do this. Now, the other problem is now I need to do this 10 times, right? So, let's build the blueprints. Real fast like. Let's just kinda do what we always do. Let's see, this is gonna be situation. Let's build the 2 first. We're gonna want the foundation to do our usual what's it for the pipe inputs. 'Cause let me see, this is a pipe input, pipe output. Got it. Okay. Which side is my out? Which side do I want the output to be on? I don't think it'll matter too much. Just need to remember that this is my output. The bulbous thing is the output. That's what I gotta remember. This fat chunky bit. The chode is the output. Anyway. You spray. You spray. Why I spray? Why I get sprayed? I didn't do nothing wrong. You can't prove that I did anything wrong. I'm being sprayed indiscriminately. Or discriminatorily. What's the... One of those is true. Get rid of these. Technically correct, but still. It's a matter of principle at that point, right? It's just like, look, we can't allow that to, you know, can't allow that to fly. Sorry. You're knocking. You're the best kind of correct? Yep. Always the best kind of correct. Now the output goes this way as well. Oh no, wait. This only has a pipe output. Which means if this only has a pipe output, I don't need this. I just need... this. This does need an input. Because the input is water. Yep. And then the output is the... What's it called? I can't remember what it's called. It's like the alumina solution. That's right. Honest to goodness, that's all I need for the first 2 bits. And then this would need to be reversed. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do something different. What do you mean I'm missing materials? Rubber? God damn it. You know how much I've got so much just rubber roaming around over here? I'll just go get some. That'll show you, game. That'll teach you. Now, which one of these was rubber? These first ones. Alright, we're gonna do something... I'll say clever. It's not really that clever, but you get my point. Is... gotta get to sleep. Thanks for the stream. Good night, TZ. Sleep well. I hope you enjoyed. I hope I have inspired some ideas. Because, you know, that's really all I... You know, that's what I strive for when I play this game. It's just the cool new ideas and the whatnot. Night all. Good night. Sleep well. Let's see. So now, this would have to do like this. Go this direction. Because the input is now on the other side. Now I would need 3. Yes. So this reverses. So now my output's on this side, inputs go on this side, because the input is right here, because it's just taking the alumina solution. Oh, I actually should raise these up, actually, because there's going to be belts going underneath. Dang it. All right. So this should go up. Should have just, you know, stuck to my guns. Why didn't I? Don't know. But it's fine. that there, put that there. Rawr, what up, Safe Haven? How are you? And... need to... fix all of these. Yep. I'm okay. How are you? I'm surviving. I'm living, you know, living the dream and whatnot. Something like that. At least that's what they're telling me I'm doing. Another day, somebody owes me money or something to that effect. I don't know. So let's see. So now, this is the input and that's the output. Right? So I need to have a input pipe and an output pipe. Input pipe and output pipe. Don't think I need to go that far for that one, but that's fine. So the pipe business, logistics, go here. Dang it. Alright, maybe I did need to go all the way up for that other one. Delete that. Safe Haven, we're just building stuff. We're getting our plans set up for the buildings of things. And I need a... It's gonna be a big project here. So now our outputs are going to be... Yep, the alumina. Or the scrap aluminum, or whatever. Then my inputs. Nope, not like that, you. So our input is the petroleum coke and that thing, the alumina solution. And then the alumina solution gets entirely used up, but then our output is water and scrap aluminum. So we get this all fancied up here. And then I need, what was it, like 13, 14? Yeah, 14. I wonder if I can fit 7. I can only probably fit 5. Well, I'll figure that out in a minute. Go back to my customizer. Our output is water. And aluminum. Our inputs are alumina and coke. And this will make aluminum scrap. Yeah, I guess that's aluminium enough, huh? Well, whatever. So it goes like that, goes like that, goes into here, goes into here, goes... How many smelters can I fit? It's 14. Honestly, honest to goodness, well, maybe, Perfect. Watch this. I essentially have not quite that much room. 1 second. Let me build one of these right here real fast because we're gonna have a if I did like this, then I had a splitter. And like this. Then we did smelter, merger. Now we're talking. Okay, cool. And then, so that means I need does that line up? Kinda, maybe, sorta. Let me... I mean, it doesn't have to be white like that. It can be... No, gosh darn it. I accidentally hit the friggin' regulation. Let's see, my splitter. It's my 6. Production. Smelter. And now, I just need to fit 7 in a row. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Hot damn. All right. Here we go. Now, we're in business. Then we just have mergers on the outside. Whole lot of belts for this bit, but you know what? It's gonna look good when it's done. That much I know. Fantastic. Okay. So now, let's get rid of this mock-up real fast. Okay. So now, that input will sweep in and connect into that. We'll have that. So now I need a final merger. Right here. And that gives us our single line of 1,200 aluminum per minute. How close are you to credits? Yeah, I wish. I wish I was close to the credits. We are far and away from our credit screen. But that's coming along nicely. Look at it. Look at how big and shiny and fancy it is. Honest to goodness, I probably don't even really need to do all of this to get to end screen, but we're doing it. Because, you know, I can. So, let's see. So now, this gives us... Yep, this gives us this. Let's fix its customize, because it's making aluminum. And it needs to look the part. Now, I also need to remember, one of these needs to be dropped down to like 33%. Make sure all of them got caught in that. Yep, okay. This one goes down to 33. So that's 13 and a third of that setup. One of these needs to go down to, if I remember, it's like, okay, so it's like 0.67. And we are making... electrode aluminum scrap. No, I think I'm just doing its... Oh no, it is electrode aluminum scrap. Okay. Yeah, because it's the alternate. Set this, and this needs to go down to, yep, 67%. which means that our output of water is going to look a little something like, let me do all of the math so that way I get it all correct, 70.35 plus 105 plus 105 equals 280.35, which means that our input needs to be exact and to the number of the difference between... So our... Oh, man. Okay, this is gonna maybe suck. This might suck. Hydrate, hydrate. This might suck because our water input, right, hear me out, needs to be 119.65. Oh, boy. Let me make sure I did get those numbers right. 67, yep. Uh-huh. So... this is the sloppy alumina. And as far as I remember, this is all just on the level. Right? Yep, 2. 2. That's all it requires. Makes 480. Yep. Alumina solution per. So it needs... So this system right here needs 400 water in total. We are outputting, as I was saying before, this is 210, 280.35. That 0.35 is very important for us. Because if I screw this up, it's gonna clog up the entire system and break everything. And we don't want that to happen. So... what if I drop this to 6? No, that's bad. Okay, there we go. So we're just gonna have to make it work. Quick side story. In our last D&D session, DM gave us numbers to figure out in regards to our party. I then proceeded to hyperfixate on said numbers and over-optimized everything. My DM is now jokingly mad at me. Wait, no, hold on. He gave you numbers, what do you mean? To figure out in regards to our party. What did you do? I want details. It's not a joke. Yeah. It's like, you don't give me a number and then expect me not to hyperfixate on it. Especially when it's coming from a DM, you know? DM says, hey, here's a thing, and you're like, well, I better know what, you know, is going on here. Okay, so now here, so our output, right? Our output then of water is going to be valved right here. No. We're gonna have to loop it over to that. Ooh, that could actually look pretty good. So if we valve it to only flow that way, and then we valve the input over here to only go in here, so that way water goes in there and in here, and it distributes, it'll look good. Okay, fantastic. Fan-frickin-tastic. We can make this work. I can make this work. It's just gonna need 30 lines of this. Yeah. Yeah. It's gonna be a lot. Then for water, I could probably just like steal water from where it already is and bring it this way or something. I don't know. That water's gonna be a whole lot of piping. That's gonna be some work and some effort on my part. But it, in theory, should work. We're gonna call this updated alumina solution, which, let's get the right part to Yeah, nailed it. Got it on the first try. Select a color. Save that blueprint. And this is updated aluminum scrap. Updated aluminum scrap. Select our icon. Save that. And then this. Our updated aluminum ingot. Select our icon. Bam. Perfect. All right. Sorry, the dance has a little longer. He gave us a bastion with a fixed surface area, but a non-fixed arrangement, expecting us to be like, oh, this area is for my workshop, or this area is my bedroom and such. I used my surface area to create a tall-ass tower, then proceeded to arrange my party mates' area to create a defensible maze for future encounters. Yeah! I haven't gotten to play with the Bastion stuff, really. I've never really messed with it. No, I don't want to do that. I wanted to...
Praise the boombox.
Praise be. Were I your DM, I'd have agreed to this as soon as you provided the thousands
I'm
of gold
sorry,
worth of
Dave.
materials and
I'm
masons
afraid
to
I
do the
can't
work.
do that.
You need to get all the people to actually build it and make it first. Like I said, I haven't really played around with the that system stuff yet. How do I... There we go. Let's find the other... Man, I should really go through some of these and be like, you know, which ones of these are crap and which ones of these are good. Like, better stairs, you know what? We really don't need better stairs. Get rid of it. Remove that. Some of these I'll hold on to, but, you know, reasons. Whatever. Then we'll keep that. We'll keep that. We'll keep these. We'll keep. Sure. Apply those changes. Hot damn. I could also just be like, add categories and whatnot, but I think we'll be fine. I think we'll be fine. Get me out of this. Get. Hello, Bean. All right. So now, I just need to figure it out. He screwed himself with that. He gave us a magic bastion that arranged and furnished itself, as long as it's of reasonable cost. But the cost only accounted for furniture, not the arrangement. So I basically had free reign to make a defensive stronghold. I told him, bruh, You gave an engineer numbers. Yep. Yeah, free reign is always a bad idea. Yeah. I don't give my players freedom anymore. They don't deserve freedom to do things. Freedom to do things just means, you know, that they're going to run into more problems later. That's really all it comes down to. So, it's one of those, you have these choices, which one do you want to do? You know, and each of these choices has a consequence. Yeah, you are given freedom of choice between bad and worse. No more. Yep. That's what I mean. It's like, you give them a choice between, here are these options, which one do you want to do? Three, 4, 5. Oh, wait. I need to shorten these up first. I'm not going to need to follow this line, right? So, you get rid of this. It's like, so when I Dungeon Master, when I Game Master, and I do the Cthulhu games for our group, usually, like, it's usually my job to be like, Halloween's coming around. Let's do the scary one. I'll be like, sweet, I'm in. You know, that sort of stuff. So, my approach is very different when it comes to, like, what your choices actually are, what they mean, how they get to play out, and all that. Like, I will script out an entire, here's stuff that can happen. And I've had people play through some of my scenarios where they don't even get to see half of it. But it all exists. Sometimes they don't make the search roll. Sometimes the search roll doesn't happen, and they're like, well, you could have found that journal, but would have given you some answers, but you didn't, so, you know, suck a lemon. Alright. So now, we're gonna build downward. Is the saying free reign like the horse thing and not reign like royal governance? Correct, yep. It's the horse bit. It's the horse part. Giving free reign is letting the horse go wherever it wants to. Yep. Reign. You know what speaking of words and all that business, you know what I have found out? Google does not like to use the term knock as in, like, archery. Google doesn't recognize it as a word. I've had to go in and be like, this is a real word, Google. Like, let this happen. And calm your tits about it. What's wrong with knock? I don't know. Just Google Docs does not like it. It refuses to be like, oh, it constantly tries to autocorrect. Be like, you meant this, right? And like, no, I didn't, in fact. Google classists against archers? Apparently. Alright, how many is... this is going to be a lot. 1, 2... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9... $10. Now, you see this line right here? You thought this was a lot of aluminum before? This is only a third of what I need to build. We need to build 2 more of these down that way. 2 more. I bet they have sheath. They do. They do have sheath. I've used it several times. Oh. But yeah, this is gonna have to go, you know, unless I want to build below, but I don't really want to. I bet you've used cheese several times. Too bad 'twas on yourself. Oh, snap. Okay, that was a bit mean too. Bit too mean. Aw. Yeah, sheathed my sword. Gross. Funny enough, these are working. Despite having, like, weird input problems. Sweet. As long as the aluminum keeps, you know, flowing, I guess, for right now. I guess that's all that really matters. Yeah, now. Okay, so now I have to decide stuff, right? Like, I need to decide if I want this to be done in layers or one giant line. Do I want one giant line where you can see all of it? Or do I want it in layers? I don't really want it in layers because it's going to make pipe work annoying. But, you guys know Kobe Bryant, the NBA Lakers legend? You right? I certainly hope so. If I don't, I might be in trouble. One. 2. I'm all out of pipe. Curse you, train! Where's the train when I need it? I know of Kobe. Kobe. Till he learned French just to... Oh, hold on. Today he learned French just to trash talk a Spurs French point guard. That's funny. And I approve, actually. Look. You know, it's that level of pettiness sometimes that really makes you benefit yourself. Really teaches you to how to improve, you know, how to improve yourself is by being purely petty and spiteful. It's a great method. Good reason to learn a language. At least if you learn, like, I mean, is he completely fluent in it? Or did he just, like, learn a couple of taunt words and then, you know, eventually later on he started being like, hey, I should probably actually learn all of it kind of situation? I wonder what came first. Did he learn the taunts, or did he learn the language? To therefore taunt. Or did he learn the taunts, and then therefore learn the language? Curious. Guessing it's just a few phrases, just to taunt. That would be my guess. But, it would be really interesting if he just... it would make me laugh even harder. If, for some ungodly reason, he was like... You know, hear me out. I'm going to learn the entire language just to, you know, annoy you all. Like, there's a guy, he's an English Scrabble champion. And yes, they do take Scrabble to that much of an extreme that they're like, we have a annual competition and whatnot. Anyway, there's competitions for Scrabble held all over the world. And he was like, well, you know, I'm the best at it in English. What if I did it in another language? So you know what he did? He memorized the French dictionary. He didn't learn French. He just memorized the French dictionary to make it so that way he could go play Scrabble in France and win. And then he won. He won the French Scrabble champion. You're just like, that... Okay. Again, a whole new level of pettiness that you're like, It's amazing what you can accomplish. Give me all of these pipes. Swoosh. I'm gonna come over here. Spurs legend, Tim Duncan, trash talks you in the nicest way. Nice try, good job, almost. There are stories of him teaching guys how to score over him. Tell them good job, then, you know, smother them scoreless for the rest of the quarter. That would be... Kill them with all the kindness. Just murder them with kindness and be like, yeah. By the way, you suck. Good job. There we go. Why did it default to that one? Make sure that all goes into the system. Make absolutely sure. How many did I end on? Can't remember. That was very well done, champ. Guess I have to actually try now, and then just, you know, absolutely dunk on them all game long. Be like, and by the way, you suck. In case, you know, it wasn't obvious by how I've clearly not taken you as a threat at any point in this game, you know, here you go. Utah Jazz had a similar player in John Stockton. He was considered to be, like, you know, exceptionally nice all the time, but would then proceed to just trash you on the court constantly. Be like, yeah, you don't get to get past me. Have fun. I might be biased because, you know, of where I come from, and they were my team back when they were actually good. They're not very good anymore. But Stockton's up there as probably one of the best point guards to ever play the NBA. The man is a legend. Still holds up all of his... I think most all of his records are still maintained, aren't they? Well, I'm sorry, sport, but I'm afraid you need to practice more if you want to win. Yeah. Favorite story is someone trash talked Timmy once. Timmy laughed at him and just dominated the whole game. I never trash talked Tim ever again. Yeah. You'd think people would learn their lesson with how trash talking actually kind of works. If you want one of the... It's not trash talk, but he's a... I want to say he's a UFC fighter or an MMA fighter. And I can't remember his name for the life of me right now. But he never takes them seriously. Stockton's assist records are still up there. There you go. So his assist records are still up. I think his steals got overtaken. I think steals got taken away, but you know what I mean. It's like, still a legend. So, yeah, I can't remember exactly, but I want to say it's an MMA or whatever fighter who has probably, you know, they always do the, like, the square off for, like, the pictures and everything, and he always does something really funny instead of trying to, like, act serious, and it's hilarious. I actually don't know how good of a fighter he is. I've never really checked, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12, okay. I have 12. I need 30. $13, 14, 15. I just had an idea. You know what we could do? You know what I can do? I can go that way. We can do a line that, like, this line of 15 that way and a line of 15 that way. Oh, that could look kind of cool. Have a big middle highway for all of the bauxite and all of the, like, inputs. Ooh. That could look kind of cool. That could look kind of cool. I think I'm going to do that. I think I have my plan now. I have my plan. This is going to go great. We're going to need more platforms, though. Many, many more platforms. And it's like the perfect size. Look at that. And then we can get all of our water from right here, so water can get piped up and go in a singular, well, I can't say singular line, but there could be a line underneath where our water will go, and then we'll pipe it up where it needs to be. Ooh, this is gonna look cool. All right, I'm much more excited about this build now. I am more excited for this build. This is gonna look cool. Somebody look up the guy who does the funny MMA square-offs. I can't remember his name. For the life of me, I can't remember his name. It's, yes, oh, it's some... no, I can't even recall, like, a first letter. Now that I'm sitting here trying. That's frustrating. It's not a complicated name either. That's the worst part. Get this concrete placed at least for right now. And I'll start kind of mapping out possibly where like pipelines will go and whatnot. So I'm gonna need a lot of pipelines. So every single one of these build is going to be its own pipeline. So I'm going to need at least 15 pipes just on like one side. So I'm mostly looking at like my underneath, right? Like the underneath is going to be kind of the problem, but actually it doesn't really need to be. Now that I really think about it, it doesn't need to be. I could build these really close together and make down here all the logistics. means I could build this. I'll say, like, relatively close, but not, like, you know. And I could make them opposing, maybe? Oh, I'm all out of, it's gone. It's not here in my pocket anymore. It's the reinforced beams. Encased beams. That's the one. Encased beams I need more of. Okay. So now I need a shit ton of encased beams. Got it. Got it. Trash that. So now... Yeah, how do I want the other side to look? Do I want to actually make it a real opposite? Where it's going to be... Or do I want to, like, line up certain pipes to look good? No, well... Oh, no, I'm going to have to do it in the opposite direction. It's going to have to go opposite because the belt inputs are pointing in a particular way. So, like, this way, the belts are pointing to go that way. So I'm going to have to reverse it for them to go that way. Okay. Nope, I got my answer. I got my answer. Ooh. Beverage. Water. Let this on. Right, we're gonna have to go straight for the belt, or straight for the beams, and just we'll grab a chunk of them. And we'll just start, you know, uploading. We'll keep some in our pocket for, what do I even use? It's gotta be the refineries, right? Like, what else actually uses the encased beams? It's gotta be the refineries. I don't really see it being much of anything else. Alright, can I get to the beams and back fast enough? Interweave, interweave. Bonk. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Let's grab that many and, you know. Hope that everything else is okay. What the hell was I just standing on? Did it believe that there was a freight car right there? Huh. Alright. There was no freight car. There was no freight car. Well, whatever. Alright. Here we go. Alright, this build is looking better. I'm happier now than I was before with how this is going to turn out. I think this is going to be neat. At the very least, they have stopped stealing my momentum. Remember when the first 1.1 update came out and it was like, hey, your weird momentum thing? Yeah, you're actually slower now than you were a second ago, which doesn't make sense. That's okay. The game was like, we're gonna, you know, treat you like normal. So, any way to remove that pesky stone arch? None whatsoever. None whatsoever. It's a real shame. But the good news is this train is going to be gone. We're going to be removing that train. So, you know. We're going to have to, because the train's not going to be fast enough to transport all of what we're making right here. It's going to be way too overburdened. So it's going to have to be turned into a belt highway. Which I'm fairly certain will be fine. I'm running out of motors. I can build 2 more of these before we need to hop back on. Just shy, just short. And so now, see, in through here, I'm going to have, you know, like space. We'll just have this be like a highway, as it were, right? Oh, I forgot. I was gonna try and have space here to connect the what's-it pipe to this thing. You know, I think so long as I put a valve there, it should be fine. I think so long as I put a valve, it should be fine. I think. Which means hold on. Maybe I need to... Let's go over here. Let's build the next step in this blueprint before I get too crazy with building the opposing side and whatnot. Or even building the rest of these, for that matter. I can't. I need motors. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Bleed TV, what up? Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome back. How are you? How have you been? We're playing more Satisfactory. Look, this is the beginnings of our new aluminum setup. The beginnings. It's gonna be big. It's gonna be awesome. Holy crap, those things are bright. Bro, I'm fucking hyped. What? What's happening? No trains? But I like trains. You no-hurt trains. I'm sorry, the train has to go. The train is not going to be viable anymore. Like, it can only transport so fast, and the belts are going to be too quickly. It's going to be too much. Too much, I say. Huh. Why are we hyped? What's happening? I must know now. I must know. Got my account verification email from TCG Player. I can now actually sell on their site. Gonna be popping off with an MTG store soon. Nice! That sounds awesome. I have a buddy of mine who does Pokemon cards on like eBay and TCG Player. I think Kron uses TCG Player. Does Kron use TCG Player? Where's Kron lately? Have we seen Kron in a minute? I need to check up on him. I need to see how he's doing. I will check up on him. But that's awesome. I'm so glad you got your, essentially, like, you know, your online store kind of going. What? Okay, so Magic. I haven't played, like, any of the new Magic stuff. What's popping right now? What's popping in the Magic world? I think the last time I played Magic, I think I played a sealed release with some friends for Tarkir. I think that was the last time I played Magic, and before that, we played the D&D, a sealed event for the D&D game. So it's been a minute. Since I've really sunk my teeth into Magic. Universes Beyond, it's the Final Fantasy. Oh, they're probably up to the Final Fantasy stuff, huh? Huh, that's cool. Really popular set, hella expensive. Damn. Well, I'd expect it would be pretty popular, what with the, you know, the franchise that they're actually involved in and whatnot. Anything, look, how has the power curve happened? Are we still creeping? Because I was noticing, even in the Dungeons & Dragons, like, you know, these dungeons this initiative bullshit is hella strong. And no one really, when I played just a little limited, like, no one really seemed to give it much thought, but I played it. I played the initiative kind of deck. I was just like, this is a bit powerful. This is a bit powerful. Booster boxes are like 225. Damn. Collector boxes are 1,200 for the collector box. That much? Can't be that big of a deal, can it? I mean, that's a lot. That's a lot for being the collector. Always creeping on power curve? Yeah. Like I said, like, when we played through the Dungeons & Dragons one, I picked a whole bunch of stuff that had, like, initiative and whatnot, and I was like, initiative seems like a really cool idea, delve in the dungeon and everything. And it was okay when we played our little limited event, like our little sealed event. But apparently it really took off even harder when they introduced the, what was it? It's like the Underdark one or something, or they introduced another one that turned out was really, really strong. I think I'm remembering it correctly. There's a freight car there, apparently. Huh. Alright, whatever. Well, they have some really nice looking cards. And people are trying for the Chocobo cards. Probably the serialized... Oh, they have serialized cards for this one? That's kind of cool. I don't think I've ever seen them do any, like, actual... like, hard-numbered stuff. Okay, I have discovered something. I've discovered something with my momentum in my trains. The momentum is still there. You just can't slide anymore. Interesting. Interesting development there. Alright. I've had serialized cards for a few sets now. Really? That's kind of cool. I think the biggest was the one of... Yeah, I remember the One Ring getting a whole lot of... talking hype, the one of one. Isn't that kind of probably where that serialized thing kind of started, where they were like, we're gonna do this, and it turns out it was, you know, a big deal. People were like, this is, you know, kind of big. Let's see, I think... Let me make sure I've lined this all up properly. I do like that. I'm gonna need to figure out how to do... this. Nope, not a pump. If I do a valve, which is going to be 210, 280.35, 280.35. Okay. Post Malone bought it from a guy like Ohio for 1.2 mil. Man, Ohio, huh? Of all the places for the One Ring to end up, the One Ring ends up in Ohio. How would it feel to pull that, though? You know what I mean? How would it feel to be the one who's like, this is the card. The card. There is no other. That would have been pretty, you know, that would have felt pretty good. Fitting, really? Mm-hmm. I'm assuming... And then, oh, wow. Imagine what the I'm assuming he probably got it graded. I'm assuming it got graded. Or at least, like, absolute verified, like, this is the thing. I was talking to my then girlfriend, now wifey, that I don't think I could have sold it if I pulled it. Would have made for an amazing collector piece and, you know, even better wedding gift. Yeah. I'm kind of in the same boat. If I had pulled it, like hell would I ever sell it. I'd be like, yeah, this belongs to me. The One Ring belongs to me now, bitches. Hold up. Is that the same color? Yes, it is. Alright, just, you know, verifying. Alright, so input, output, input, we're going to place a valve just to ensure that nothing actually backs up. We're going to need buffers. To go between all of these. Too close. Too close. Is that better? Can I build it on the cross? On the cross piece? Yes, we can. Fantastic. Okay. Wait, how am I going to do this? How am I going to do this? One's going to get you a ring, but would you settle for the One Ring? Dance for it. She's a huge Lord of the Rings fan. Like, several tattoos and things from the lore. Like, deep lore? Real lore? Like, not just movie, right? Like, look, I'm not gonna begrudge the people who are like, you know, who are only the movie fans. That's on them. It's fine. They're allowed to be weird. How am I gonna set this up? Yeah, like Silmarillion style. Yeah, like I took a college course studying the works of Tolkien, and there's a lot that people just don't realize exists. You know what I mean? So I don't know how deep exactly. I've only ever seen the series one time. Last month with her. The extended version of all 3 main films and the 3 Hobbit movies. Yeah, never read the books. The books are so good. It's okay, I wouldn't begrudge you if you didn't read the books. I completely understand. They are hefty. They are, especially like you get into the deep stuff, the Silmarillion and everything. There's a lot that you gotta kind of learn with. So, okay, I need to destroy this. And this needs to go out further. Got it. Because I need to have, first and foremost, room for a buffer. Which is going to need to be elevated. Ugh. Okay, so we need to elevate. Yeah, she married you without you having read the source material for permanent parts of her body. Trust me, I know all the source material of her body. Ayo. No. I have read the Silmarillion 3 times. I have read Lord of the Rings twice, like the entire series, and I've read The Hobbit, I think, 3 times. No, that would imply you know her parents very well. Lore, I get it. Okay, hold on. Where am I? Where am I? So, here's a bit of a problem. You see, this is gonna clip. And I don't want clipping. Don't like that thought. Yeah, I wouldn't like that thought either. But here we are, talking about it. Why we're still talking about it? Haven't figured that part out yet. Here's the problem. See, okay, these buffers are going to be very, very important to the water lines. They need to exist for the water lines to work properly. The problem is, I don't know if I want them clipping through that. Like, it's gonna look weird, maybe. Let me see. Let's see how this ends up looking. Yeah, this buffer is very, very important to essentially, you know, all of it. You build some of these. We'll do just a couple, just to, you know, see how it looks and whatnot. Let's build another. Oh. I'm about to say it's not lined up. That would be why it didn't, click right. Okay, so that goes there. Who here has read the Silmarillion more than 3 times? Anybody? I'm curious. I would like to know, actually. I think it goes like that. Okay, it doesn't actually clip that badly. I think I can get away with this. That is very tight and compact. Not sure if I have that. I was gifted a set of Lord of the Rings books a few years ago, but I think it's just The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings trilogy. Yeah, the Silmarillion is very much it is a separate beast altogether. Okay? Like, let me tell you how it kind of functions. Because you've seen Lord of the Rings, right? You've seen The Hobbit, you've seen Lord of the Rings. The Lord of the Rings story is the story of the age of man. The Silmarillion is the story of the age of the elves. So, hers more of a collection of stories, not a full storyline. It's like reading the Bible. if I'm being completely honest, it's like reading the Bible. Like, it's all one story, but it's a lot of stories just kind of like put together to tell a big, long narrative. Yeah. Haven't done that fully yet. So, the Silmarillion is the story of the age of elves. And it is a long-ass history. I think the entirety of it spans upwards of like 5,000 years, maybe more. So, unless she demands, don't. Tell us more, Ag. Ag the Brown. What up, Bet? How's it going? Yes, I love Lord of the Rings, and one of my absolute favorites is, honest to goodness, the dwarves. The dwarves, I think, are probably some of the cooler, creatures, beings, what you want to call it, in, the lore of Middle-earth. Brown? I'm not sure he's brown. One of the blues, maybe. I am easily corruptible. Gimli's by far my favorite character. Ooh, Blade. Okay, so you've only seen the movies. All right, you've seen the extended edition, right? One of my favorite facts. So, okay, they're in Rivendell, right? I think it's the first movie. They're in Rivendell, and they're talking to Galadriel, and she does the whole like big scary thing, but then she gives all of them like a gift, right? She gives all of them something. She gives the hobbits the cloaks, and she gives Legolas a bow, and then she comes to Gimli, and she asks what Gimli wants. And he wants one strand of her hair. This is super important. Super important. Oh, Lothlorien. You're right. It's Lothlorien is where they're at. Sorry. I got too excited about the big trivia bit. Gimli asked for one strand of her hair, and it is so important that she gives him anything at all in response to that question. Oh, it's so good. And she gives him 3, and the 3 is also significant. This is all Silmarillion stuff, but I'm nerding out and I'm having fun right now. So, the reason it's important is long ass time ago in the Silmarillion, like we're talking thousands and thousands of years ago, there was an elf who was like, Galadriel is probably the, single greatest, beautiful elf around. Yeah. Ooh, I know this fact. It's so good. And Gimli gets all the bitches. He does. And there was this elven craftsman who was like, I could take a strand of your hair and I could make it into one of the most beautiful pieces of craftsmanship you would ever see. And she told him no. Because Galadriel was like, no, you're just, you're going to be kind of vain about it. I just know it. And, yeah, he would have been. And so, sometime later, he asks again. She says no. Sometime later, he asks again. She says no. And eventually he just stops trying and, reasons. And then comes along Gimli, who, asks the same question, but she looks at it as like, you actually do mean it this time, don't you? And gives him 3 in response. And it's just like, it's such a cool moment. That's why it's such a touching moment. It's probably one of the biggest reasons why the dwarves and the elves actually ended up being able to, we'll call it make amends at some point, right? They finally get to that stage where they can be like, you know what? We can hang out now. It's cool. Need to make sure I get this lined up right. 1 second. Because... Ooh. You know what? That's dangerously close to being a problem. Yep, that's... Maybe that's a problem? Hold on, let me build it. Yep, that's gonna be a problem. Well... Oh, well, all right. Here's what we got to do then. I need to build it like this. This can stay, but this needs to go. Crap. This needs to go. In fact, all of it is going to need to go because of this one tiny space problem. One tiny space problem. Gotta grab a new drink, take care of the cats, real quick, be right back. Fantastic. Ooh, how many cats do you have? You brought up cats, and now I'm like, kitties, you say. Am I really just that predictable? I think the answer is yes. I think it's that kind of spacing. That's what it's kind of looking like. 'Cause that lines up with that, that lines up with that. Yep, okay. Let me make sure that this is also... Yeah, plenty of room for that. Fantastic, okay. Okay, so I need that much of a gap, huh? Well, that does make it a lot easier on me for the buffers. So, I think that'll work out. So now, let's build, go back to... this. I think that's right. Oop, nope, no, no. Build that. Let's see, organization, buffer. That still fits perfectly right there. Let's put the valves in. Because we need to make absolutely sure that no water goes back into the system. Or actually, hold on. No, no, no. No, no. I just need the buffer. I just need the buffer here. I just need the buffer because... No, no, no. No, no. I do need a valve. Sorry. I do need a valve, and it needs to be on this side. Yep. Does need to be on that side. So, big reason here is because water is going to be going in this way, and I need to make sure water doesn't go into the buffer from this direction. Even though it's going to be perfectly balanced, I can't have that happen. So, the valve does have to go this way. I'm going to put another valve just, like, here, because I don't want there to be any backsplashing problems. I should also... Do I have enough space for it? Do I have enough room for another buffer? Oh, bugger me sideways. Right. One second. We need to have a buffer here to also make sure that there's no you know, weird problems there. Now we can build the... what's it? This. Now you let me build into the buffer like that? You weird game? Okay. I'll build it a little far away, so that way it, you know, doesn't interfere with the other buffers. Or with the clipping issues and whatnot. This setup, I think we can do, and this we can replicate over and over again. Okay, fantastic. We're probably going to have to need to do this one at a time. Oh, boy. Was it 3? 3 taps. Got it. Okay. We're going to be using up a lot more space here in a minute. I'm running out of space, so don't build more for a second. Keep doing this side of things, okay? Here we go. So now... like that. Likewise, like that. Build our... build the buffers. If I just do this, you know... if we do this piecemeal, and I do it correctly... then we will have no problems. Question mark. When I turn the system on and away we go. Right? Right. None problem whatsoever. Except I just know that there will be. There's always something that goes wrong. Why that's the case, I have no idea. It's just what it does. Okay. So now... ear itches. Ear itches. Okay, so now... we can just slowly start, you know, building this away. We are going to have to get rid of these conveyor belts at some point. Oh, I forgot I got to build a buffer here too. Woohoo! Almost forgot about this buffer. What's this buffer for? Is it for the... yeah, it's for the... the alumina. Woo, almost clicked the wrong thing there. That would have been bad. Logistics. Plug. Plug. There we go. Okay, fantastic. What's my inventory looking like? Sort that shit. I'll worry about smelters here in a minute. Really, this is the thing that's gonna be the biggest taxing thing. 1, 2, 3. 3. Yay. Alright, alright. Slowly but surely. These belts are gonna have to get torn apart soon. In fact, this whole platform's actually gonna have to get torn apart because of these, right? Question mark? Maybe? I don't know. I don't know. We're gonna find out. We're gonna find out. If it has to happen, it's gonna happen. Line that up. Yep, we are now officially clipping into things. Don't necessarily need to do anything about it right now. As long as it's working, that's kind of the big deal. Like, they'll get removed later anyway, so... And we just... Wow, we just barely missed this. Woo-hoo-hoo. So close. All right, we can keep this platform, everybody. We can keep the train platform. Okay, so the train platform gets to stay. That's cool. We get to, you know, essentially loop them up and jump onto that thing later. I mean, the train's not going to be there, but you get my point. So now let's build... Do our foundation bits. Wait, no, that's not where I wanted that. That's where I wanted that. Three buffers. I have one fear about making all of this as compact as I am. And that is that what happens if something doesn't work and something is going to have to get really kind of jumbled up? You know what I mean? What if something's going to have to really get reorganized in order to make it work? That part scares me. But by all accounts, we've learned from our previous mistake, and I'm planning around it. I'm hoping I'm planning around everything. Nope. Like, that was almost bad. You see what that valve decided to do? That valve decided to try to change shit on me. I ain't having that. Ain't having it. What was it? Did I miss a pipe? Yes, I did. I missed this one. More valves. Whew. Okay, here we go. Whew. Have a good night, all. Thanks for the fun, egg. Good night, Talscan. Sleep well. Hope whatever you're doing tomorrow, it succeeds with flying colors. I don't know what anybody else is doing, but I am just going to be focused on writing and food and uploading. I've got to upload the YouTube stuff. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Say hi to Angel. Absolutely. I will do so. I'll make a list of everybody. You knocking. Why, Darkstar? Why? Always with the knockings. How many am I up to? How many of these things am I up to? Also, what's our time? Holy crap, I've only got like 15 minutes left? You know what? Progress. This is progress. We made progress. I'm happy about the progress I made today. That's all I can say. All right, just I'll have enough. Because free soundbite. Touche. Touche. This is what I get for trying to, you know, give you all nice things, is what I'm hearing. You know what I didn't account for in this dumb blueprints? Power. God damn it. Oh, I forgot to account for power in these dumb things. Son of a bitch. Well... Luckily, I can fix that. Going forward, I can fix that. Sons of bitches. Where the hell did what the hell? This one's gonna be the real bitch tickler. We are gonna need to use the bigger ones. For this. Go. Okay. Yeah, I can work with that. I can work with that. Looks fine. Okay, so now, going forward, these things will have power connected to them. Well, or access to power connected to them. They will have the ability to have power. Mm-hmm. And I'll just have to continue on my way. Oh, I forgot I was going to go count. Oh, well. Need to count how many we're up to. So I need 15 of this. And I'm fairly certain I'm not there yet, so I'm gonna... Now we'll go count. Now we'll go count. We'll go do a quick count of some stuff real fast. One second. Come on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Two more to go. Okay. So 2 more means more platform. More platform we can do. We've got plenty of concrete for all of the platforms. I probably do not need more than that to go that way. But we'll find out. What was I up to? 13? $14? In fact, yep. All right. Perfect. Here we go. Whoop, I'm falling. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yep, 15. Fantastic. Okay, now we're in business. Now we're cooking with something other than wood chips. Goes like this. Goes like this. Gas or peanut oil? You know what? I actually like cooking with peanut oil. I say we do that one. I say we do that. Cooking with real grease at that point. Man. You know, that makes... I just got a craving. You know, that sounds really good. Fried chicken. Some fried chicken sounds really tasty right about now. I've been lining these up properly, right? Yep, okay. Yep, okay, just a second, sure. And I mean, like, real fried chicken. Not just like, oh, you know... like, get the breaded chicken and put it in an oven, kind of, or bake it or whatever, like an air fryer. No. I want, like, real fried chicken. I haven't had real fried chicken in a minute. I've had lots of breaded chicken, because I found a fantastic, you know, thing at the Costco recently that has been, like, life-changing. And it works great in the air fryer. But it's not what I'm after. I'm after that, you know, greasy, licking the grease off my fingers style of fried chicken. That's what I want right now. That sounds delightful. I've got rice. That's, you know, close. What I've been doing is, so you can buy like these uncooked breaded chicken like fillets at Costco. They're really big and they're really cheap because they're uncooked, and I think they're, you know, there's too many people who are like, I don't know, uncooked sounds like more work, ergo they don't buy it, ergo they're cheaper. And when they're cheaper like that, means I get to have them more. Aw, I'm sorry, Darkstar. The dance has a minute. Well, more than a minute, you know what I mean. It's got a second. Dang it, one short. But they go really good.
Praise the boombox.
Praise be. Yes. Praise, on the other hand, will, you know, always up for a good praising. Line it up. Anyway, throw one of these, like, breaded chickens into the air fryer for, I think it takes, like, 16 minutes to cook them. Perfectly fine. Throw that over some rice, a little bit of sauce. Oh, so delightful.
I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that.
Cannot burn. You'll never get rid of the boombox. No one can. It's understandable why you people think you can get rid of the boombox, but, you know, it ain't ever gonna happen. The boombox is just eternal. And Ilsitor will never admit to the fact that he loves the boombox. I heard him talk about it once. But he's gonna come in here and say, "Excuse me, sir, I never said any such thing." And that's how I get him. That's how we know that it's clearly the case. Let's see here. Now I gotta... Now I need another one of these things. Another foundation. You know, let's just do it like I did a second ago. If I can get most of this done here in like the last... Holy crap, I've only got 5 minutes? Look. How does this happen? How did this happen? How does the time? I don't get it. I can get these. Lined up and placed. Then we'll get rid of that foundation. You know, the real fun of this is not these blueprints. It's going to be figuring out how to manage all the pipework. The pipework is going to be a real bitch and a half to sort out. Kind of like last time, actually. That's what happened to us last time. Last time I was building this factory setup, it was an absolute cluster to have to put up with. To try and get everything to work the way that it was supposed to work. The way that the numbers sort of came out, you know? It's like I'm over here. Like, all the numbers are correct. The problem is that any system not flowing or functioning perfectly within those numbers breaks the whole thing. And it's bad. And I try for it not to be bad. I try to maintain that, you know, I know what I'm doing when I play this game. It usually works. People usually believe me. Alright, that's set up. Which means this back row setup is also going to have to change, so let's, just need to monitor my, my inventory so I don't overflow. Okay. So, this is half of it. Kind of. Not as good as it's actually, you know, we're going to need more than that, but this is, we're halfway to this system. We're halfway to this system being complete. Oop, don't fall and die, please. Don't fall and die. Whew, thank God. Let me pipe at the very least. And then I might have to just slap the valves on in the offline right after this or something. But we have a setup. Getting the pipes to work might be a bit of a chore. But I think this is going to look really cool. I think this is going to look good. It's going to look cool. It's a perfectly efficient system if I do everything correctly, which so far I've been meticulous about what I'm doing, right? Like I'm being very careful with my spacing. Well, I wasn't, but now I am. And we're going to try to maintain order around here. All right, let's do the valves real quick. I've got like 2 minutes, valves. All right, the valves are actually going way quicker than I thought because they're auto-lining up to the direction I want them to go, which is fantastic. I like it when they do that. Well, that one didn't, but, you know. Why that one time didn't, I don't know. Kind of like that one. Why didn't that one line up the right way? Very strange. All right. The valves are in place. The pipes are in place. The buffers are in place. These buffers need to be connected really fast like. Very, very quick like. I've got 10 whole seconds. And then the... Whoop. I'm only gonna go like a couple minutes over just to get this done, right? Maybe not even a couple minutes. A couple seconds over. We'll get all these things connected. And... Okay. One more problem that we are going to run into with aluminum doing this is I can't actually turn the machines on to let them back up because of the way that the water system works in this setup, right? Because of the way that the water system is going to need to work, I cannot let water flood the system at all. Oh, I'm going to have to go adjust all of those valves to be correct, aren't I? Just to make sure that it actually limits the amount going in. Let me make sure I have that number. It was 280.35. Okay, let me just get that real quick. Can I? I don't think I can copy and paste a valve setting, can I? Nope, doesn't look like I can. Well. But what I can do is do that. It automatically rounds up. I can't go to the hundredths, huh? Only to the tenths, huh? Interesting. Okay. Okay. Okay, game. Okay. That is going to change how I do something then. How much is it actually going to change? Not much. Not much, actually. Well, It shouldn't affect anything. Interesting situation. Well, we're just gonna have to play with it. We're gonna have to play with it and figure it out. Anyway, all right. I think we're off to a very good start with fixing this system, right? I mean, this is half of it. This is only half of it. Then the other half's going to go on that side. Then I get to worry about water. I get to worry about the bauxite. And all will be good. All will be fantastic. And then we'll just belt it all the way back home and everything. All right. Let's find Radible. Where's Radible? Radible. Twitch. Raid. Who's playing stuff? Who's playing stuff? We've got Mace, we've got Dunk, we've got... Hangtime still playing stuff? Huh. Thanks for the stream, Egg. Thank you, Darkstar, for hanging out. Always appreciate all of you. Let's go... let's go bug Mace. Whoa, lemon. Let's bug Mace. I'm gonna hit the button to raid into the Mace.
You look like you could use some coffee.
Coffee. Thanks for the stream. Thank you, Squidward. Don't worry. I'm about to... Reading in your cup. Yeah. Okay. Reminder about schedule. Tomorrow. I'm not here. I'm not here tomorrow. I'm doing other stuff. I'll be back on Friday. We're going to play Persona on Friday. And it'll be fun. Yeah, hello. Persona on Friday. It'll be fun. And then next week, back to normal schedule, because, you know, I'm not going to have a weird day situation happening where I could be like, here's some stuff going down, whatever. So, all should be good. Why isn't that a murder? I was about to say, that's not a command. Not a flash command. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. Wonder what that command would sound like. What would a sound command like that sound like, I wonder? Curious. Oh, let's get the music back for a second while I talk. But anyway, sounds like a good plan for me for the week, I think. And yeah, I gotta go get some stuff done and get to work on some other business. So, timer's close to going off. But anyway, thank you everyone for coming to hang out. Blade TV, welcome back. Thank you again for the follow. Stuff of the nature and the whatnot. Anyway, everybody, timer's about to go off. So until I see y'all again, talk to you. It's a gift of Peter Griffin's tasteful side boob. Ooh, tasteful, huh?